Diyos ug makagagahom nga Amahan, salamat sa mga grasya nga among nadawat, labi na sa gasa sa kinabuhi. Hinaot unta nga kami hatagan sa gasa sa pagsabot ug mahayagan ang among hunahuna ug among gilauman, ikaw magahatag kanamo sa proteksyon. Sa mga magtutudlo, magapadayon ang ilang kinasing-kasing nga pag-alagad. Una kami sa kalipay, aron mulambo ang tinuod na gugma ug kaluoy sa matag adlaw. Ining tanan among gilauman, sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayo'y minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw nang luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Department of Education, Division of TANGKUB City, in partnership with the local government unit of TANGKUB, presents ang TANGKUB, transforming advancement in the new normal, guiding K-12 learners under broadcast media, a TV-based instructional program crafted in response to the need of making education possible and accessible to students at the comfort of their homes. It covers the most essential competencies thematically layered in drama plays, which were originally written, directed, and performed by teachers to see to it that education is securely provided. This is ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tugtog na.
Kumusta mga bata? Sa dili pa nato sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw, ato usang balikan ang mga letra nga ato nang nakatunan. Atong nakatunan ang letrang P nga dunay tingog nga P. Atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang P.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang P. basahon ta siya. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang P, basahon ta siya. P sama sa patintero, palo, sebo, pingpong og piko. Bisama sa porselana, panyo, pana ug papa. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang P, basahon ta siya. Basahon ta siya.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang P. Sakto! Balika na po't paglitok ang tingog sa letrang P. Maayo! Mga bata, ato usab nga nakatunan ang letrang A nga adunay tingog nga A. Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang A.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A, basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A, basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Sama sa ampalaya, abukado, atis apa. Sama sa alindana, ahos, asin ug adlaw. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A, basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang A. Sakto! Mga bata, usba na po't paglitok ang tingog sa letrang A. Maayo! Karon mga bata, ato nang sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Andama ug paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 12. Diha inyong makita ang letrang P ug letrang A. Karon mga bata, paminawa ko ninyo kung unsaon ako pagbasa gamit ang tingog sa letrang P ug letrang A. A, pa. Akong usbon mga bata. A, pa. Akong balikon mga bata. A, pa. Akong usbon makausa mga bata. Pa. Karon mga bata, atong ilitok ang tingog sa letrang P o letrang A. Magdungan kita mga bata. Pa. Atong usbon mga bata. Pa. Balikon ta mga bata. Pa. Usba pa mga bata. Pa. Maayo. Karon mga bata, kamo na pud ang magbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang P o letrang A. Itudlo o basaha ang unang linya. Usba pa mga bata. Ilitok o basaha ang ikaduhang linya. Ilitok o basaha ang ikatulong linya mga bata. Tudlua o basaha ang ikaupat nga linya. Maayo! Karon mga bata, balikan na pud pagbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang P o letrang A. Usba pa mga bata. Ilitok o basaha ang ikaduhang linya. Ilitok o basaha ang ikatulong linya mga bata. Tudlua o basaha ang ikaupat nga linya. Nabuhat na ba ninyo mga bata? Maayo! Karon mga bata, paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 13. Ug atong basahon ang mga pulong nga makita. Tudlua ang unang linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon nako kini pagbasa. Ako si. Tudluan na pud ang ikaduhang linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon nako kini pagbasa. Ako si. Tudlua ang ikatulong linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si. Karon mga bata, tudlua pagbalik ang unang linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si. Tudlua ang ikaduhang linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si. Tudluan na pud ang ikatulong linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si. Karon mga bata, tudlua pagbalik ang unang linya ug kamo na pud ang magbasa. Tudlua ug basaha ang ikaduhang linya mga bata. Tudluan na pud ug basaha ang ikatulong linya mga bata. Maayo mga bata! Karon, tudlua ang ikaupat nga linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Tudlua ang ikaduhang linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Itudlo ang ikaunom nga linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Karon mga bata, tudlo a pagbalik ang ikaupat nga linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Tudluan na pod ang ikalimang linya ug pagdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Tudlua ang ikaunom nga linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si Mama. Karon mga bata, tudlua pagbalik ang ikaupat nga linya ug kamo na pod ang magbasa. Tudlua ang ikalima nga linya ug basaha ang mga pulong niini. Tudlua ug basaha ang ikaunom nga linya, mga bata. Sakto! Karon, tudluan na pod ang ikapito nga linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Papa. Tudlua ang ikawalo nga linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Papa. Tudlua ang katapusang linya ug paminawa ko kung unsaon kini pagbasa. Ako si Papa. Karon mga bata, balika pagtudlo ang ikapito nga linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si Papa. Tudlua ang ikawalo nga linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa mga bata. Ako si Papa. Tudlua ang katapusang linya ug magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Ako si Papa. Karon mga bata, tudlua pagbalik ang ikapitong linya ug kamo na pod ang magbasa. Tudlua ug basaha ang ikawalong linya, mga bata. Tudlua ug basaha ang katapusang linya, mga bata. Maayo mga bata! Hantod sa sunod nga higayon mga bata. Daghang salamat! Enjoy!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Addition o multiplication, subtraction o and division.
Magandang umaga mga bata! Kumusta kayo sa araw na ito? Handa na ba kayo sa ating panibagong leksyon? Ako si Teacher Popoy. Sa araw na ito, ating sisimulan ang ating panibagong leksyon sa Filipino. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga larawan na nagsisimula sa titik P. Ang titik P ay may tunog na. Ngayon, kilalanin at babasahin natin ang mga pangalan na nasa larawan. Basahin natin ang pangalan ng payong, pako, paru-paro, palaka, pitsel, pinya, pusa, puno. Basahin ninyo ang mga salita na makikita sa screen. Simulan ninyo mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na payong, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na pako, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na paru-paro, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na palaka, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na pitsel, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na pinya, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na pusa, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na puno, magaling mga bata. Ngayon mga bata, basahin naman natin ang mga parirala na may mga salitang nagsisimula sa titik P na may tunog na. Basahin natin ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Halimbawa mga bata, ang payong. Simulan na ninyo mga bata. Basahin ang unang parirala. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang paru-paro, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang pitsel? Magaling mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang pusa, tama mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang pako, magaling mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang palaka, tama mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang pinya, magaling mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang puno, magaling mga bata! Ngayon mga bata, ating basahin ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ulit isa-isa ang mga parirala at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa mga parirala. Ang payong at ang pako. Ang paru-paro at ang palaka. Ang pitsel at ang pinya. Ang pusa at ang puno. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangungusap na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang payong ay bago, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang pako ay matulis, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang paru-paro ay dumapo sa palaka, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang pinya ay nasa loob ng pitsel, Magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang pusa ay nasa ilalim ng puno, tama! Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang isang tula na inyong makikita sa screen na pinamagatang payong. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ang tula at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa tula. Payong. May payong akong bago. Galing sa Olongapo. Maganda at pula ang kulay nito. Dala-dala ko palagi ito. Kahit saan ako patungo. Para sa inyong unang gawain, mga bata, tingnan ang ibabang bahagi ng inyong tula na binasa at sagutin ang mga tanong na inyong makikita. At para naman sa inyong ikalawang gawain, mga bata, buksan muli ang ika-67 na pahina ng inyong Module P. At para naman sa inyong takdang aralin, mga bata, gayahin at isulat ang titik P sa kursibong pagsulat nito. Hanggang sa muli mga bata! Sana'y may natutunan kayo sa araw na ito. Enjoy!
atong klase sa kindergarten. Diri gihapon kita magklase sa tulungaan sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na! Magkat-on na ta! Kagahapon, atong nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga puti o white. Atong nahibaluan nga ang bond paper, gapas, kutsara o tinidor, tasa o samin, mga butang nga adunay color puti o white. Karong adlaw, ato na usab nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga brown. Mga bata, na ako'y ipakita ninyo. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Aduna na usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Nauna usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Tan-awa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Anian na usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Mga bata, inyo nakita ang mga butang nga color brown. Sama sa saya, jacket, karsunis, panyo, o tuwalya. Karon mga bata, ato nang nailhan ang color nga brown. Timanay na ninyo mga bata. Karon mga bata, naanapod ko ipakita nga video. Video kini sa mga bata nga nagdula kauban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon. Okay mga bata, magtula ta. Naay mga nagkalain-laing mga butang sa tunga. Ang inyong buhaton, kuhaa ang mga butang na akong isulti. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Okay, kung kinsa to'y makakuha sa butang nga akong isulti, na ay reward si teacher nga star. Okay, ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha.
Kinsa to makakuha og daghang star, maoy makadaog sa dula. Gab, naminaw ka Gab? Okay. Maoy makadaog sa dula ang makakuha og daghang star. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha.
Okay, ready? Kuha ang brown nga pulseras. Okay, alit Gab.
Ang akong nakuha, pulseras. Ang iyang color, brown.
Okay, very good. Nana po'y rewards Gab. Ay, pakpakan na to si Gab mga bata. Yay! Okay. Sunod. Kuha ang tasa nga brown. Okay, very good Gab. CJ.
Ang ako nakuha kay tasa. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good! Sige, punta na sa basket. Okay, hanap ko kay star. Saan ni CJ?
Star.
Very good! Pakpakan na to si CJ mga bata! Sige na, pakpak! Dili na magbanha-banha. Okay.
Yay!
Ready? Jana, Gab, na ay problema?
Na.
Okay, dili magbanha ha. Maminaw ni teacher. Okay, ready? Pataas ang kamot. Jana, pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Okay. Kuha ang brown na face mask. Okay, Aidan.
Ang akong nakuha kay face mask. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Sige, naana po'y reward si Aidan. Unsa ni Aidan?
Star.
Star. Okay, atong bakbakan si Aidan mga bata. Ipakpak. Very good. Sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, brown nga bakos. Okay, ang dyan na. Ali, dyan na.
Ang akong nakuha kay bakos. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Okay. Naay reward si Jana. Unsa na Jana?
Star.
Star, pakpakan na to si Jana mga bata. Very good. Dari Jana. Okay, sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, CJ. Brown nga bag. Okay.
Ang akong nakuha bag. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good, Ruth. Sige. Yan na po'y award si Ruth. Ipakpakan na to si Ruth. Pakpakan na to si Ruth mga bata. Jana, Gab. Okay, pataas ang kamot. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Sunod. CJ. Kuha ang brown nga pitaka. Okay, very good. Ali, Gab.
Ang akong nakuha, pitaka. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Si Gab. Nana po'y reward si Gab. Masa ni Gab?
Star.
Star. Pagpakan na to si Gab mga bata. Yay! Karon, kinsa may nakadaog
Siga.
sa atong dula.
Siga.
Okay, si Gab. Nakakuha si Gab og duha ka star. Kumuha man ang star na isa good, Jana. Okay, karon. Ang atong ikuha ng mga butang, ang color brown. video nga atong nakita mga bata. Nagdula ang mga bata kauban si teacher. Makalingaw kaayo. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color nga brown. Sige, pagtan-aw mo mga butang nga color brown nga makita sa sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa o kuhaa o ipakita kini sa inyong mama o papa. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color brown mga bata? Maayo! Inyo na ba kining gipakita sa inyong mama o papa? Very good! Karon, pangita na pud mo og laing mga butang nga color brown ug ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color brown mga bata? Maayo mga bata! Ipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang ipakita, very good! Alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheets para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Akong usbon mga bata. Ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata. Kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye.
This is the way we speak. This is the way we
atong klase sa kindergarten. Diri gihapon kita magklase sa tulungaan sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na! Magkat-on na ta! Kagahapon, atong nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga puti o white. Atong nahibaluan nga ang bond paper, gapas, kutsara o tinidor, tasa o samin, mga butang nga adunay color puti o white. Karong adlaw, ato na usab nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga brown. Mga bata, na ako'y ipakita ninyo. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang saya. Ang iyang color brown. Aduna na usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang jacket. Ang iyang color brown. Nauna usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang panyo. Ang iyang color brown. Tan-awa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color brown. Anian na usab ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Mao kini ang tuwalya. Ang iyang color brown. Mga bata, inyo nakita ang mga butang nga color brown. Sama sa saya, jacket, karsunis, panyo, o tuwalya. Karon mga bata, ato nang nailhan ang color nga brown. Timanin na ninyo mga bata. Karon mga bata, naanapod ko ipakita nga video. Video kini sa mga bata nga nagdula kauban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon. Okay mga bata, magdula ta. Naay mga nagkalain-laing mga butang sa tunga. Ang inyong buhaton, kuhaa ang mga butang na akong isulti. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Okay, kung kinsa to'y makakuha sa butang na akong isulti, na ay reward si teacher nga star. Okay, ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha.
Kinsa tong makakuha og daghang star, maoy makadaog sa dula. Gab, naminaw ka Gab? Okay. Maoy makadaog sa dula ang makakuha og daghang star. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha.
Okay, ready? Kuha ang brown nga pulseras. Okay, alit Gab.
Ang akong nakuha, pulseras. Ang iyang color, brown.
Okay, very good. Nana po'y rewards Gab. Alright, pakpakan na to si Gab mga bata. Yay! Okay, sunod. Kuha ang tasa nga brown. Okay, very good Gab. CJ.
Ang ako nakuha kay tasa. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good! Sige, punta ka sa basket. Okay, hanap ko kay star. Saan ni CJ?
Star.
Very good! Pakpakan na to si CJ mga bata! Sige na, pakpak! Dili na magbanha-banha. Okay.
Yay!
Ready? Jana, Gab, na ay problema?
Ma.
Okay, dili magbanha ha. Maminaw ni teacher. Okay, ready? Pataas ang kamot. Jana, pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Okay, kuha ang brown na face mask. Okay, Aidan.
Ang akong nakuha kay face mask. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Sige, naana po'y reward si Aidan. Unsa ni Aidan?
Star.
Star. Okay, atong bakbakan si Aidan mga bata. Ipakpak. Very good. Sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, brown nga bakos. Okay, ang dyan na. Halika dyan na.
Ang akong nakuha kay bakos. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Okay. Naay reward si Jana. Unsa na Jana?
Star.
Star, pakpakan na to si Jana mga bata. Very good. Dari Jana. Okay, sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, CJ. Brown nga bag. Okay.
Ang akong nakuha bag. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good, Ruth. Sige. Yan na po'y award si Ruth. Ipagpakan na to si Ruth. Ipagpakan na to si Ruth mga bata. Jana, Gab. Okay, pataas ang kamot. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Sunod. CJ. Kuha ang brown na pitaka. Okay, very good. Aligam.
Ang akong nakuha, pitaka. Ang iyang color, brown.
Very good. Si Gab. Nana po'y reward si Gab. Masa ni Gab?
Star.
Star. Pagpakan na to si Gab mga bata. Yay! Karon, kinsa may nakadaog
Siga.
sa atong dula.
Siga.
Okay, si Gab. Nakakuha si Gab og duha ka star. Kumuha man ang star na isa good, Jana. Okay, karon. Ang atong ikuha ng mga butang, ang color brown. yung color mga bata?
Brown!
Okay, very good. Wow! Kanindot sa video nga atong nakita mga bata. Nagdula ang mga bata kauban si teacher. Makalingaw kaayo. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color nga brown. Sige, pagtan-aw mo mga butang nga color brown nga makita sa sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa o kuhaa o ipakita kini sa inyong mama o papa. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color brown mga bata? Maayo! Inyo na ba kining gipakita sa inyong mama o papa? Very good! Karon, pangita na pud mo og laing mga butang nga color brown og ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color brown mga bata? Maayo mga bata! Ipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang ipakita, very good! Alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheets para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Akong usbon mga bata. Ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Ilha ang mga hulagway. Asa ni ana ang brown o color? O kolore kini? Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata. Kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Kolore o brown ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye.
Sa pag-eskwela, kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
ang don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin na mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang kailangan ng mundo upang matutong kikipagkapwa-tao, mabuti ang loob at maginoo. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP, mag-aral na tayo ng ESP.
Hi mga bata! Welcome now sa malipayong pagkaton. Kagahapon, unsa man nga color ang atong gitun-an. Sige daw be, unsa man kato nga color? Very good! Color orange. Nakita ba ninyo ang mga butanga color orange sa inyong balay? Uy, maayo! So karong buntaga, aduna na usab kitay laing color nga pagkatun-an. Aduna ako ipakita sa inyo. Aduna ako dulaan sa akong kamot. Oo. Unsa man kini nga dulaan? Very good. Talong or sa English, eggplant. Unsa ang English sa talong? Eggplant. Very good. Unsa man ang color sa talong? Oh, ang lawas sa talong. Unsa may color niya? Very good. Sa nakabalo, unsa kini? Color purple. Oh, again, be. Color purple. You say it again. Purple. Very good. So karong adlaw, ato na usab makatunan ang color purple. Sumaminaw og tarong ha kay aduna ako'y giandam nga inyong buhaton. Sige. Unsa gani color aning talong? Purple. Again. Very good. Kini, unsa ni nga letter? Correct. Letter M. Unsay color sa letter M? Very good. Purple. Unsay color sa letter M? Purple. Wow! Maayo na kaayo. Kini. Guwapa kaayo ang saman kini. Bulak. Unsay color sa bulak? Kini. Purple. Very good. Purple. Unsay color sa bulak? Purple. Purple ang bulak. So mao kini ang mga butang nga color purple. Very good. So nag-andam si teacher og mga butang nga color purple. Mga bata, mao kini ang ubang butang nga color purple. Ikaw dabi, purple. Kana. Maglingkod kita og tarong ug maminaw ni teacher. Purple. Say it again. Purple. Very good. Mao kini ang mga butang nga purple. Kana, unsa man kana? Nakakaon na ba kamo og ingon ana? Sakto, talong. Unsa man color sa talong? Correct. Purple. Purple nga talong. Ikaw daw, bi? Purple nga talong. Maayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Sakto. Crayola. Unsa may color sa Crayola? Very good. Purple. Purple nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, bi? Purple nga Crayola. Very good. Karon mga bata, unsa man kana? Sakto, alibangbang. Unsa may color sa alibangbang? Purple. Purple nga alibangbang. Ikaw daw, bi? Purple nga alibangbang. Very good. Kini, unsa man kini? Gamito ninyo ni o ulan or init kaayo. Unsa man kana? Sakto, payong. Unsa may color sa payong?
Purple. So, purple nga payong. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga payong. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Balloon. Unsa may color sa balloon? Sakto, purple usab. Purple nga balloon. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga balloon. Very good. Karon mga bata, ato daw sulayan kung kailan na ba jud og color purple. Sige. Ang inyong buhaton, butang hilang og check ang kahon sa mga hulagway nga color purple. Oo, butangan lang ninyo og check ang kahon nga naa sa ubos sa mga hulagway. Unsa man kana? Sakto, pato. Purple ba ang color sa pato? Kana? Unsa man na? Sakto, talong. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang pato or ang talong? Sakto, ang talong. Very good. Kana, unsa gali na? Sakto, dahon. Kini. Crayola. Asa man anang duha? Ang color purple. Sige daw, B. I-check ang kahon nga adunay color purple. Sakto, ang Crayola kay purple. Kana, unsa gali na? Balloon. Kana, balloon usab. Asa man ana? Nga balloon ang color purple. Ang una or ang ikaduha? I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang unang balloon. Mao ang color purple. Kana. Baki. Payong. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang baki o ang payong? Asa man ana? Sige daw, B. I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang payong. Purple ang payong. Kana. Unsa man na? Sakto, Crayola. Og alibangbang. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang Crayola o ang alibangbang? Sige daw, B. I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang alibangbang. Purple ang alibangbang. Maayo na kaayo. So, Unsa gani na nga color? Correct. Purple. Ikaw daw, B. Purple. Good job, mga bata. Daghang salamat. So, karong adlaw, inyo nakatunan ang color purple. Daghang salamat, mga bata. Ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye, bye-bye, goodbye! Goodbye! Welcome now sab sa malipayong pagkat-on. Kagahapon, unsa man nga color ang atong gitun-an. Sige daw, be, unsa man kato nga color? Very good. Color orange. Nakita ba ninyo ang mga butang nga color orange sa inyong balay? Uy, maayo. So karong buntaga, aduna na usab kitay laing color nga pagkatun-an. Aduna ako ipakita sa inyo. Aduna ako dulaan sa akong kamot. Oo. Unsa man kini nga dulaan? Very good. Talong or sa English, eggplant. Unsa ang English sa talong? Eggplant. Very good. Unsa man ang color sa talong? Oh, ang lawas sa talong. Unsa may color niya? Very good. Sa nakabalo, unsa kini? Color purple. Oh, again, B. Color purple. You say it again. Purple. Very good. So, karong adlaw, ato na usab makatunan ang color purple. So, maminaw og tarong ha, kay aduna ako'y giandam nga inyong buhaton. Sige. Unsa gani color aning talong? Purple. Again. Very good. Kini, unsa ni nga letter? Correct. Letter M. Unsay color sa letter M? Very good. Purple. Unsay color sa letter M? Purple. Wow! Maayon kaayo. Kini. Guwapa kaayo ang saman kini. Bulak. Unsay color sa bulak? Kini. Purple. Very good. Purple. Unsay color sa bulak? Purple. Purple ang bulak. So, mao kini ang mga butang nga color purple. Very good. So, nag-andam si teacher og mga butang nga color purple. Mga bata, mao kini ang ubang butang nga color purple. Ikaw dabi, purple. Kana. Maglingkod kita og tarong ug maminaw ni teacher. Purple. Say it again. Purple. Very good. Mao kini ang mga butang nga purple. Kana, unsa man kana? Nakakaon na ba kamo og ingon ana? Sakto, talong. Unsa man color sa talong? Correct. Purple. Purple nga talong. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga talong. Maayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Sakto. Crayola. Unsa may color sa Crayola? Very good. Purple. Purple nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga Crayola. Very good. Karon mga bata, unsa man kana? Sakto, alibangbang. Unsa may color sa alibangbang? Purple. Purple nga alibangbang. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga alibangbang. Very good. Kini, unsa man kini? Gamito ninyo ni o, ulan, or init kaayo. Unsa man kana? Sakto, payong. Unsa may color sa payong? Purple. So, purple nga payong. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga payong. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Balloon. Unsa may color sa balloon? Sakto. Purple usab. Purple nga balloon. Ikaw daw, B? Purple nga balloon. Very good. Karon mga bata, ato daw sulayan kung kailan na ba jud og color purple. Sige. Ang inyong buhaton, butangi lang og check ang kahon sa mga hulagway nga color purple. Oo, butangan lang ninyo og check ang kahon nga naa sa ubos sa mga hulagway. Unsa man ka na? Sakto, pato. Purple ba ang color sa pato? Kana? Unsa man na? Sakto, talong. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang pato or ang talong? Sakto, ang talong. Very good. Kana? Unsa gali na? Sakto, dahon. Kini. Crayola. Asa man anang duha? Ang color purple. Sige daw, B. I-check ang kahon nga adunay color purple. Sakto, ang Crayola kay purple. Kana, unsa gali na? Balloon. Kana, balloon usab. Asa man ana? Nga balloon ang color purple. Ang una or ang ikaduha? I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang unang balloon. Mao ang color purple. Kana. Baki. Payong. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang baki o ang payong? Asa man ana? Sige daw, B. I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang payong. Purple ang payong. Kana. Unsa man na? Sakto, Crayola. Og alibangbang. Asa man ana ang color purple? Ang Crayola o ang alibangbang? Sige daw, B. I-check daw, B. Sakto, ang alibangbang. Purple ang alibangbang. Maayo na kaayo. So, unsa gani na nga color? Correct. Purple. Ikaw daw, B. Purple. Good job, mga bata! Daghang salamat! So, karong adlaw, inyo nakatunan ang color purple. Daghang salamat, mga bata, ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye, goodbye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, goodbye. Goodbye!
Why you look so sad? The tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through. 'Cause I've seen the dark side too. When the night falls on you, you don't know what to do. Nothing you confess can make me love you less. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. So if you're mad, get mad. Don't hold it all inside. Come on and talk to me now. Hey, what you got to hide? I get angry too. But I'm a lot like you. When you're standing at the crossroads and don't know which path to choose, let me come along. 'Cause even if you're wrong, I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. And when the night falls on you, baby, you're feeling all alone. You won't be on your own. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you.
Sa Pilipino, natuto tayo magbigay
assignment po kasi ako, ate. Turuan mo naman ako.
Ay, naku, bata ka. Wrong timing ka talaga. May ginagawa pa ako. Pero, luto na, oh. Buti ba tikman mo? Maupo ka dyan.
Ate
Tikman
naman.
mo ito at baka makasagot ka dyan sa assignment mo. Sige.
Ano ba to, ate?
Ang tawag dito, gel, ubi loaf. Masarap to, ah.
May assignment pa sana kasi ako. Sarap na, ate.
Diba? Ang sarap. Sabi ko sa'yo, eh.
Ate, ang sarap nito, ah. Ate, ang sarap. Ate, bakit mo binubusan ng mga mainit na tubig ng mga yan?
Ito ba? Alam mo kasi, Jel, sinisigurado ko na malinis ang mga ito. Tulad itong baking pan at saka itong mixer para malinis siya bago at pagkatapos gamitin.
Sinisigurado pala na malinis yan. Sige, ate. Mamaya na lang ako magpapatulong.
Mabuti tapos ka nang kumain. Tulungan mo na lang kaya ako maghanda ng babaunin ng kuya mo.
Okay, ate.
Sige, sumunod ka sa akin, ha?
Sige po, ate. Kuya, baon mo raw, sabi ni ate. May training po ba?
Uy, salamat naman. Nagkayayaan lang, Jelly. Palaging busy sa work. Kailangan ding mag-exercise paminsan-minsan. Alam mo naman that I really love sports, kaya di na ako nakatanggi.
Ate told me, kuya, that you really love sports since then.
Gusto mo bang sumama?
Gusto ko sana. Kaso, may documentary film pa kasi akong tatapusin. Malapit na kasi ang deadline, kuya.
Ganun ba? Nakausap ko ang ate kanina at tutulungan ka raw niya.
Talaga, kuya? Ay, si ate talaga. Magtatampo na sana ako. Akala ko di niya ako tutulungan.
Yun nga, she said that you are making a documentary film. Siguro para magsipag ka palalo. Diba?
Mga kuya.
Oh, sige, aalis na ako at maaraw na.
Okay, kuya. Mag-ingat ka, ha?
Wow, tol! Ang galing mo pa rin sa takbuhan. Grabe, walang kupas. Ang tindi mo pa rin.
Sinabi mo pa, tol.
Hindi naman mga tol. Iba na talaga ang running skills ko, di gaya ng dati.
Di nga, tol. Nangibabaw pa rin yung strength, power at speed mo, tol. Teka lang, ano-ano nga ba yung mga running events na napanalunan mo noon?
Actually, medyo pinalad ako sa middle distance, sprints, long distance, hurdle, at relay.
Wow, ang galing mo pa rin, tol, ah. Pero ako, tol, sa tingin ko, magpo-focus na lang siguro ako sa throwing. Sa events ko sa throwing. Sa laki ba naman ng braso ko, oh.
Hay naku, Yenso. Mahihiya naman si Iron Man sa napakatigas mong braso.
Nagsalita naman yung hindi magawa yung best jumping technique niya dahil sa katabaan.
Oo, baka magkapikunan pa kayo. Tara na, magpahinga muna tayo.
Tara, tara.
Ay, Sol, tingnan mo ang mga boys, oh. Mukhang nag-i-enjoy. Pahingi naman ng kalamansi juice mo.
Sure, Maya.
Ang tabang naman ito. Nag-mix ka ba ng sugar?
Oo naman, Maya. Naluan ko kaya yan ng 3-4 tablespoon na asukal. I-shake mo kasi, baka hindi masyadong na-dissolve.
Ay, oo nga. Mukhang may natira pang hindi na-dissolve. Ang sarap na!
Sabi ko naman sa'yo eh, matamis yan. Mas matamis pa yan sa inyong pagmamahalan. Charot.
Nandito na pala sila. Ano? Kaya niyo pa ba?
Nakakapagod, Maya. Iba na talaga pag walang practice. Siya nga pala. May dala akong ubi loaf dito.
Wow.
Nagawa natin jam. Tikman nyo.
Sarap naman yan. Tama.
Ang harap nga.
Ito ang madaling gawin, ang kumain.
Jel! Patingin nga yung ginagawa mo.
Ito ate tama kaya yan?
Matingnan ko. Tama ito, Jel. Ibinahagi ninyo ng mga kagrupo mo ang uri ng pamumuhay nating mga Asyano noon. Tulad na lamang nitong napili ninyong topiko tungkol sa one-child policy ng bansang China na naglalayong mapigilan ang mabilis na paglago ng kanilang populasyon. Alam mo, Jel, ito ay may malaking kaugnayan sa pag-unlad ng kasalukuyang panahon.
Yay! Maswerte talaga ako at naging teacher ka, ate. Tungkol dito, naisip ko kasi kung paano kaya ang lipunan at kabuhayan natin sa kasalukuyan kung hindi natin papalagahan ang nakaraan.
Tama ka dyan, Jelly. Magaling ang napili yung konsepto. Basta siguraduhin nyo lang na sinuri nyo mabuti yung mga tauhan at tagpuan para mas maging makatotohanan ang docu-film na yan. Kaya mo naman pala eh.
Thank you talaga, ate for being so supportive.
Our ability to understand should be at par with our ability to relay information to others. Out from what we heard, we have the capacity to organize every bit of information and deliver it directly or indirectly.
Hello, grade 7 learners! We are now on our 5th episode here in Ang TANGKUB to learn another meaningful lesson in English.
Today we will learn how to change direct speech to a reported speech and vice versa appropriately in different contexts or situations.
But before we begin, let us familiarize first the following terminologies for you to be guided with the task that you are going to accomplish later on.
Speech. The expression of or the ability to express thoughts and feelings by articulate sounds. It is similar to speaking or talking. Direct speech. The exact words someone says, set in quotation marks. It is also known as quoted speech. Reported speech. The reporting of what someone has said, not using his or her exact words. It is also known as indirect speech. Now this time, let us replay a portion or scene from the episode which shows how to change a direct speech to a reported speech.
Kuya, baon mo raw, sabi ni ate. May training po ba?
Uy, salamat naman. Nagkayayaan lang, Jelly. Palaging busy sa work. Kailangan ding mag-exercise paminsan-minsan. Alam mo naman that I really love sports, kaya di na ako nakatanggi.
Ate told me, kuya, that you really love sports since then.
Gusto mo bang sumama?
Gusto ko sana. Kaso, may documentary film pa kasi akong tatapusin. Malapit na kasi ang deadline, kuya.
Ganun ba? Nakausap ko ang ate kanina at tutulungan ka raw niya.
Talaga, kuya? Ay, si ate talaga. Magtatampo na sana ako. Akala ko di niya ako tutulungan.
Yun nga, she said that you are making a documentary film. Siguro para magsipag ka palalo. Diba?
Mga kuya.
Oh, sige, aalis na ako at maaraw na.
Okay kuya, mag-ingat ka ha.
From the scene, can you recall the line delivered by Bob about sports? That's right. The line is, I really love sports. These were the exact words delivered by Bob to his sister, Jelly.
Based on the definition of direct and indirect speech, can you tell us what kind of speech is uttered by Bob? Very good! It is an example of a direct speech. It is a direct speech because the sentence were the exact words spoken by the speaker Bob himself.
Precisely. Yet Jelly already knew that Bob really loved sports. How did she learn this? Correct. Jelly knew it from their sister named Jam, and the exact line she said was, Ate told me that you really love sports. Jelly was relaying to her brother Bob what Jelly has actually said about him, which indicates that this is an example of indirect or reported speech.
This time, let us play another scene.
Gusto mo bang sumama?
Gusto ko sana. Kaso, may documentary film pa kasi akong tatapusin. Malapit na kasi ang deadline, kuya.
Ganun ba? Nakausap ko ang ate kanina at tutulungan ka raw niya.
Talaga, kuya? Hay, si ate talaga. Magtatampo na sana ako. Akala ko di niya ako tutulungan.
Yun nga, she said that you are making a documentary film. Siguro para magsipag ka palalo. Diba?
Mga kuya.
Oh, sige, aalis na ako at maaraw na.
Okay, kuya. Mag-ingat ka ha.
Can you spot other direct speech used by the characters in that scene? Exactly! It is the sentence, I am making a documentary film. This line came personally from the speaker named Jelly.
How about a reported speech? That's great! It is the sentence, she said that you're making a documentary film. Bob reported to whom did he learn the idea about his sister, Jelly.
Before going further, let us review the given sentences. Notice that the first set of sentences, I really love sports, and Ate told me that you really love sports, expresses the same thought since they focus on one idea, which is the character's inclination or love for sports.
Moreover, the second set of sentences, I am making a documentary film, and she said that you are making a documentary film, also conveys one thought about the making of documentary film.
Unlike its structure, the thought of the sentence should not change whether it's spoken directly or indirectly. At this point, let us discuss deeper the uses of direct and indirect speech. We can report the words of the speaker in two ways. Indirect speech, we may quote his actual words in inverted commas by placing a comma before the remark. Example, President Duterte said, I think by the grace of God, we will have the vaccine before the end of the year. In indirect speech, we may report what he said without quoting his exact words. Example, President Duterte said that he thinks by the grace of God, we will have the vaccine by the end of the year. You would note the following important changes in changing a direct speech to indirect speech in these examples. Use of conjunction that before the indirect statement. Second, pronoun change from I to he. Third, verb am changed to was. Adverb now changed to then. Let us discuss the four rules one by one. Rule number 1, use of conjunction that before the indirect statement except in case of imperative sentences and exclamatory sentences. It is often omitted in case of verbs such as says, think, agree, promise, mention, notice, etc. Example, the President said that he thinks by the grace of God, we will have the vaccine by the end of the year. Rule number 2. Change in pronouns of first and second person in direct speech to third person in indirect speech, taking into account the gender of the subject. For instance, example, the President said, I think by the grace of God, we will have the vaccine before the end of the year. In indirect statement, the President said that he thinks by the grace of God, we will have the vaccine by the end of the year. In this set of sentences, I was changed to he since Duterte is a male. Please take a look at this table to serve as your guide. Pronouns in direct speech, I, you, singular in number, becomes he or she in indirect speech. Pronouns my and your, these are also singular, becomes his or her in indirect speech. Pronouns we and you, these are plural, will be changed to they in indirect speech. The pronouns our and your in direct speech will change to their in indirect speech. Notice that in changing pronouns, their relation with the bearer or the reporter is indicated rather than with the original speaker.
First examples. Indirect speech, you said to me, I won't leave you. In indirect speech or reported speech, he said he won't leave me. Second examples. Indirect speech, she said to him, I won't leave you. In indirect or reported speech, she said she won't leave him. Third examples. Indirect speech, I said to him, I won't leave you. In indirect or reported speech, I said I won't leave him. Rule number 3. If reporting verb is in the present or future tense, the tense of the verb in the reported speech is not changed. First example, he says, I don't have time. He says that he doesn't have time. Second example, he will say, I didn't have time. He will say that he didn't have time. Rule number 4. If reporting verb is in the past tense, the tense of the verb in the reported speech is also changed into one of the forms of the past tense. Thus, the verb changes as per norms given below. Shall becomes should, will becomes would, may becomes might, can becomes could, is, am, are, become, was, or were. Come becomes came, is coming becomes was coming, has come becomes had come, has been coming becomes had been coming. There are exceptions to this rule under these conditions. First, if reported speech expresses universal truth or habitual fact, the tense of the verb in the reported speech is not changed into the corresponding past. For example, he said, Earth goes around the sun. He said that Earth goes around the sun. Second, the reporting verb say is changed into tell if it is followed by a verb. First example, indirect speech. Augustine is such a great leader, he said to me. In indirect or reported speech, he told me Augustine is such a great leader. Second example, indirect speech. The teacher said to the students, you should pass your activity sheets on time. In indirect or reported speech, the teacher told the students that they should pass their activity sheets on time.
There are still some rules in changing direct speech to indirect or reported speech and vice versa appropriately in various contexts or situations. But those 4 basic rules will surely guide you as you accomplish in answering what is asked of you with flying colors. Kindly get your activity sheet and read the given instructions. Directions. Change a direct speech to a reported speech and vice versa, applying the rules. A. Given the dialogue below, complete the reported speech appropriately. Letter B. Change the given sentences in your activity sheet from indirect to direct speech.
Do great learners and take up changes that will challenge you to grow and learn, as changes are the only constant thing in this world. Moreover, be mindful and careful in relaying information.
Thank you for being with us. See you again next time. Continue to love, care, and share. But for now, keep your enthusiasm burning. Up next is another significant lesson in TLE. This has been Ma'am Mahalia
and Ma'am Pinky
saying, see you again on our next episode in Ang TANGKUB.
Bye!
Sanitation is more important than independence by Mahatma Gandhi. Hello grade 7 learners, I am teacher James and welcome to another day of learning with Ang TANGKUB TV-based instruction. At this point, we are now to process your learning in TLE Bread and Pastry Production Exploratory course based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Ate, bakit mo binubusan ng mga mainit na tubig ng mga yan?
Eto ba? Alam mo kasi, Jel, sinisigurado ko na malinis ang mga ito, tulad itong baking pan at saka itong mixer, para malinis siya bago at pagkatapos gamitin.
Sinisigurado pala na malinis yan. Sige ate, mamaya na lang ako magpapatulong.
Based on the video, what is Ate Jam doing? You're right. Ate Jam is pouring hot water to the baking pan and other tools before and after they are used to sanitize them. Do you want to know more about sanitizing tools and equipment? Great! Today, we will discuss the principles and standards in sanitizing baking tools and equipment. Cleaning and sanitizing procedures must be part of the standard operating procedures that make up your food safety program. Improperly cleaned and sanitized surfaces allow harmful microorganisms to be transferred from one food to other food. When we say cleaning, it is the process of removing food and other types of soil from a surface, such as dish, glass, or cutting board. Cleaning is done with a cleaning agent that removes food, soil, or other substance. The right cleaning agent must be selected because not all cleaning agents can be used on food contact surface. For example, glass cleaners, some metal cleaners, and most bathroom cleaners cannot be used because they might leave unsafe residue on the food contact surface. On the other hand, when we say sanitizing, it is a process of reducing number of harmful organisms to safe level on food contact surfaces. Sanitation can be done through heat, chemicals, or radiation. Heat and chemicals are commonly used as a method for sanitizing in restaurants, while radiation is rarely used. The item to be sanitized must first be washed properly before it can be properly sanitized. Sanitizing method through heat. There are 3 methods of using heat to sanitize surfaces: steam, hot water, and hot air. Hot water is the most common method used in restaurants. If hot water is used as sanitizer, it must be at least 171 degrees Fahrenheit or 77 degrees Celsius. It must be exposed for at least 30 seconds to this temperature. Sanitizing method through chemicals. Chemicals that are approved sanitizers are chlorine, iodine, and ammonium. Different factors influence the effectiveness of chemical sanitizers. The 3 factors to consider in using chemical sanitizers are concentration, temperature, and contact time. When we say concentration, the presence of too little sanitizer will result in an inadequate reduction of harmful microorganisms, while too much can be toxic. Temperature. Generally, chemical sanitizers work best in water that is between 55 and 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Contact time. In order for the sanitizer to kill harmful microorganisms, the cleaned item must be in contact with the sanitizer, either heat or approved chemical, for the recommended length of time. To cut it short, the 3 steps to effectively clean and sanitize utensils are washing, sanitizing, and drying. This time, let's try to check your learning. Please get your activity sheet in TLE Bread and Pastry Exploratory Course and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
sagdahan ka pa dumaan. Pwede naman dun sa ramp. Hey, dito kasi dumaan si Cash eh.
Good morning, class.
Since we're done with the different steps in research, it is time for you to apply what you have learned. My requirement for you is to be able to conduct and write an experimental research, since this class belongs to the science curriculum. Don't forget to write the references following the APA format. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am!
Okay, so there must be 3 members per group, and to make it more unpredictable, you are going to pick the number for your group. Okay, let's start. Okay, so let us see. Group 1, kindly stand. Okay, how about group 2? Okay, thank you. How about group 3? Okay. I'll give you time to go to the library and do the first step, which is look for the possible topics for your research. Okay, you can go now.
Mabuti na lang at naging kagrupo ka namin, Tulits.
Kili, I'm so happy to be part of this group.
Yeah.
Hindi naman sa bitter ako, no? Pero, ito kasi tayo sa library. Dapat, maging responsable tayo sa mga task na ibinigay sa atin ni teacher.
Oo nga, Susie. Mas mabuti pang maghanap ka na lang ng mga related literatures na maaaring topic natin sa ating research. Huwag mong kalimutan, ilagay mo ang reference kung saan mo nakita ang isang impormasyon.
So let's look. May interesting topic ako nakita dito. Ito ay tungkol sa speed of sound.
Magandang topic nga yan, Kili. May nabasa rin ako tungkol dyan. We will investigate how the temperature affects the speed of sound.
Hi, Ma'am! May nakita na ba kayong potential topic for research?
Yes, Ma'am. Actually, Ma'am, may topic na po kami. And it's all about the effect of temperature to the speed of sound.
Very good! Gumawa na kayo ng balangkas kung papaano ninyo gagawin ang inyong research.
Thank you, Ma'am!
Ganito, dahil weekend bukas, we will make use of our time sa Saturday. Let's meet sa house ko dahil may internet connection naman kami. Okay ba yun?
Okay, Tulits. Ako na magsabi sa isa dito. Tulog pa kasi.
Uy, Susie, Kili, ang aga nyo naman. By the way, Susie, I like the pattern of your dress. It's so Indonesian inspired.
Thanks to Let's!
Pasok kayo.
You know what, Tulits? Gusto ko itong design ng sofa niyo. Pang Southeast Asia ang dating.
Hay nako, si Nanay Carda lang talagang pumili niyan.
O mga anak, magmerienda muna kayo.
Wow! Ano po, tita?
Hi po, tita!
Hello!
Salamat po, tita Carda!
The best ka talaga! By the way, tita, ano po bang formula ng juice na ito? Sobrang sarap!
Nilagyan ko lang yan ng juice powder, yung good for 1L.
1L!
Ay, sorry anak. Yung L kasi, yan yung abbreviation ng liter. So, it means 1 liter ng juice. Tsaka alam nyo, ang saya kong makita nag-aaral kayo ng mabuti. Kasi, palagi kong pinaalahanan nito si Tolits ang kalagahan ng edukasyon. At higit sa lahat, ang pagdadasal. Kasi, prayer plus study is equal to success.
Thanks, tita! Mas lalo kami naging porsigido na tapusin ang aming research.
That's good. O siya, maiwan ko muna kayo ha. At na may pagpatuloy nyo ang ginagawa nyo.
Sige po, tita!
This graph presents the result of our experiment. The x-axis is the temperature and the y-axis is the speed of sound.
It can be summarized through this equation, y equals x plus 1.
This graph means that as the temperature increases, the speed of sound also increases.
The unit of temperature is degrees Celsius and the unit for the speed of sound is meter per second. The unit degree Celsius is very popular binibining market, especially when you are going to set a specific temperature for baking cakes and pastries.
Labis akong natutuwa sa pagpursige ninyong tapusin ang inyong pananaliksik. Bibigyan ko ng cuneiform plaque ang grupong nagbigay ng extraordinaryong output. Ang cuneiform, ang kauna-unahang sistema ng pagsusulat na nadiskubre sa kabihas ng Sumer. At dahil dito, umusbong ang maraming pamamaraan ng pagsusulat. At sa kasalukuyan, nakatulong ito sa pamamaraan ng pananaliksik. Ibibigay ko ito sa grupo Sutikil! Susi, Tulits at Kili! Sige, mag-picture muna tayo.
Susi! Susi, gising na. Anong oras na ba?
Oras na para bumalik tayo sa classroom. Huwag mong kalimutan ha, may group study tayo bukas.
Panaginip lang pala yun?
Giving credit where credit is due shows one's integrity and character. Howdy, grade 8 learners! We are already on our 5th episode of TANGKUB. And we are glad to have you around for another meaningful lesson in English.
Yes, so let's get going. And for today's lesson, we will journey on the world of academic writing as we venture into a set of established structures and conventions in citing sources.
You might be wondering what citations are for, but to get you through this lesson spontaneously, let me explain it to you through a situation. Sometimes, as you get your hands into writing, you would want to lift an idea, a fact, a statement, a quote, or any other information for that matter that you didn't find out for yourself. For instance, when you say that the sun is 149,600,000 kilometers or 92,900,000 miles away from the Earth, you cannot just ride on a spaceship to see for yourself if it is true. That's where the importance of citation comes in.
A citation tells the reader where you got information or idea from. It's a way to credit other people for putting in much effort and hard work of actually finding this out, so you don't have to. Here is a short definition of citation, which should serve as your guide. A citation is a reference to the source of information used in your research. Citations could either be an in-text citation or end-of-paper citation.
Let us play this segment of the episode to widen your perspective for this lesson.
Good morning, class. Since we're done with the different steps in research, it is time for you to apply what you have learned. My requirement for you is to be able to conduct and write an experimental research, since this class belongs to the science curriculum. Don't forget to write the references following the APA format. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am!
Okay, so there must be 3 members per group, and to make it more unpredictable, you are going to pick the number for your group. Okay, let's start. Okay, so let us see. Group 1, kindly stand. Okay, how about group 2? Okay, thank you. How about group 3? Okay. I'll give you time to go to the library and do the first step, which is look for the possible topics for your research. Okay, you can go now.
Mabuti na lang at naging kagrupo ka namin, Tulits.
Kili, I'm so happy to be part of this group.
Yeah.
In the episode Sutikil, which focuses on the characters Susie, Tulets, and Kili, you have heard their teacher talked about writing a research paper following the APA format. Do you have any idea what is APA all about? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Timer starts now.
If you have no idea what APA is, don't worry. Let us walk you through it. Actually, different academic disciplines have distinct formatting guidelines for citing sources. Remarkably, there are hundreds of formatting guidelines for citing sources. APA is just one of the hundreds.
APA stands for American Psychological Association. It follows the author date of in-text citation. This means that the author's last name and the year of publication for the source should appear in the text. Like for example, open parenthesis, Jones, comma, 1998, close parenthesis.
For today, we will be introducing 5 basic APA in-text citation formats. First, author named within the paper. If you list the name of the author, the parenthetical citation would only contain the page number because the year of publication follows the author's name. For instance, Thomas Friedman, 1999 wrote, "No two countries that both had McDonald's had fought a war against each other since each got its McDonald's." Page 195. Second, author not named within the paper. If the author is not named, include his or her last name in the parenthetical citation with the year of publication and page number. No two countries that both had McDonald's had fought a war against each other since each got its McDonald's. Friedman, 1999, page 195. Third, no author listed or unknown author. If the article has no author listed, refer to the first portion of the title, as in this example for an article called "A Critique of Lexus and Olive's View of Globalization." What is not there cannot be created. Friedman, in his book, "The Lexus and the Olive Tree," has mentioned that globalization is inevitable and irreversible. The forward march of technology makes it so. Governments can no longer control the free flow of information. The cell phone and satellite television have reached even to the remotest Indonesian village. A Critique, 2001, page 44. Fourth, work has 2 authors. If the work has 2 authors, link their name with an ampersand or use the names in a signal phrase. The network form is on the rise in a big way, and because of this, societies are entering a new epoch. Arkelia and Ronfelt, 1996, page 43. Or, Arkelia and Ronfelt, 1996, report that the network form is on the rise in a big way, and because of this, societies are entering a new epoch. Page 43. Fifth, work has 3 to 5 authors. First citation. Globalization is an inevitable process. The world is becoming more homogeneous and distinctions between national markets are not only fading, but, for some products, will disappear altogether. Zinkota, Ronkainen, and Tarrant, 1995, page 3. First citation with signal phrase. According to Zinkota, Ronkainen, and Tarrant, 1995, globalization is an inevitable process. The world is becoming more homogeneous and distinctions between national markets are not only fading, but for some products will disappear altogether. Page 3. Subsequent citation. Globalization is an inevitable process. The world is becoming more homogeneous and distinctions between national markets are not only fading, but for some products will disappear altogether. Zenkota et al., 1995, page 3. For subsequent citation with signal phrase. According to Zenkota et al., 1995, globalization is an inevitable process. The world is becoming more homogeneous and distinctions between national markets are not only fading, but for some products will disappear altogether. Page 3. The lists of APA formats and guidelines to follow when doing an APA in-text citations is still long, and they would be discussed in some other episodes. For now, you also need to learn another type of citation. In writing an academic text, it is not enough to make an in-text citation because end of the paper citation or references at the end of your work is of equal importance. To see how this is done, let us play this portion of the episode.
So let's look. May interesting topic ako nakita dito. Ito ay tungkol sa speed of sound.
Magandang topic nga yan, Kili. May nabasa rin ako tungkol dyan. We will investigate how the temperature affects the speed of sound.
Oh!
Hi, Ma'am!
May nakita na ba kayong potential topic for research?
Yes, Ma'am. Actually, Ma'am, may topic na po kami. And it's all about the effect of temperature to the speed of sound.
In the scene, Keely showed two lads a book titled Exploring Science. Let us zero into that citation format. CarPUB 2005, Exploring Science, Quezon City, Phoenix Publishing House. There are 4 elements comprising an end-text citation, also commonly referred to as reference, such as author, who is responsible for this work. An author may be an individual, multiple people, a group, government agency, organization, or institution, or a combination of groups and people. Date. When was the work published? Date of publication can be year only. Year, month, and a day, with the exact date. Year and month, year and season, or a range of dates. Example, range of years. Title. What is the work called? There are 2 categories of titles. Works that stand alone. Example, reports, whole books, data sets, web pages, and films. And works that are part of a greater whole. Example, edited book chapters, podcast and television episode, and journal article. Source. Where can I find the work? This might be a publisher, a web address, /URL, or both. It is also important to remember that you need to end each element with full stop or period. One exception is URL or DOI because adding a full stop can interfere with accessing the content using the link. The elements like author, title, date, and source come together to form an in-text citation that follows this format: author, date, title of the work, and source. The example of in-text citation or reference you saw from the segment of the episode Sutikil should be followed when you are citing a book, just like this example. For a book, Michelle, T period, R period, and Larson, J period, R period, 1987, People in Organizations, An Introduction to Organizational Behavior, 3rd edition, New York, NY McGraw-Hill. For a secondary source of someone else's work, Atkins, P period, 1993, The Rise of Underage Drinking, Journal of Psychology, pages 100, 589 to 608. For a newspaper article with an author, Berkowitz, A period, D period, 2000, November 24. How to tackle the problem of students drinking. Letter to the editor, the Columbia Tribune, page 84. For an article in an edited book, Jork, R period, A period, 1989, Retrieval Inhibition as an Adaptive Mechanism in Human Memory, in HL. Rodiger III and F period, M period, Craik, eds. Varieties of Memory and Consciousness, pages 309 to 330. Hillsdate, NJ, Earbum. For electronic journal article, 3 to 5 authors retrieved from the database. Burman, W.C. Hanson, M.A. Coupler, S.H. Pulakos, E.D. and White, L.A. 1993, Role of Early Supervisory Experience in Supervisory Performances, Journal of Applied Psychology, pages 78, 443 to 449. DOI 10-1037/0021-9010.78.3.443. Note that if the information is obtained from aggregated database, providing the name of the database is sufficient. No address is needed. Cannery Incorporated, 1997, September 27. Towards a Canadian Health Highway, Vision, Opportunities, and Future Steps. Retrieved from http://www.cannery.ca/press/publication/pd/healthvision.doc. You can split a www at forward or backslash to maintain the 1-inch margin on the right. If the information is obtained from a document on the internet, provide the internet address for the document and at the end of the retrieval statement. For article in magazine, Candle ER and Square LR 2000, November 10. Neuroscience, breaking down scientific barriers to the study of brain and mind. Science, pages 290, 1113 to 1120, DOI 10.1126/science.290.5494.113. For newspaper with no author, new drug appears to sharply cut risk of death from heart failure. 1993, July 15. The Washington Post, page A12. For multipurpose document created by private organization, no date. Public campaign, ND, death penalty, cruel and unusual punishment. Retrieved from http://www.publicationcampaign.org. Use N.D or no date when a publication date is not available. Also use the URL that links the entry of the homepage if there are multiple URLs within the website.
If you find all these information hard to remember, there are actually online citation platforms that will automatically generate the right citation for you. But if you will do it manually, Microsoft Word on your laptops or personal computers can be of great help too. Just open your Microsoft Word and click References, then click the arrow at the bottom, which will direct you to two options. Choose Insert Citation. After clicking it, add new source and provide the necessary information.
Now, it's your turn to show us what you understood from this lesson. So, get your activity sheet and read the instructions. To apply your knowledge in citing references, you must accomplish 2 activities.
Directions. Read each situation carefully and choose the correct answer. Activity 2. Directions. Fill in all the blanks using information from the reference lists at the bottom of the page. Place correct punctuation marks when necessary. May you always remember that giving credit where credit is due is the most important thing to do.
It is never okay to take information from others as if they are our own. Hence, we need to cite sources of information properly.
Accomplish great things, learners! Stay tuned for another meaningful lesson here in TANGKUB. Continue to love, care, and share. This has been Teacher Mahalia
and Teacher Pinky saying, keep safe at home.
Goodbye!
Every failure brings with it the seed of an equivalent success by Napoleon Hill. Hello grade 8 learners, I am Teacher James and welcome to another day of learning through ang TANGKUB TV-based instruction. At this point, we will process your learning in TLE Bread and Pastry Exploratory course based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
By the way, tita, ano po bang formula ng juice na ito? Sobrang sarap!
Nilagyan ko lang yan ng juice powder, yung good for 1L.
1L!
Ay, sorry anak. Yung L kasi, yan yung abbreviation ng liter. So it means 1 liter ng juice.
Based on the video, Susie asked Nanay Carda what is meant by L. And Nanay Carda's reply was that it's the abbreviation of liter. Do you know what abbreviation is? Correct. Abbreviation is a shortened form for written word or phrase used in place of the whole word or phrase. Today, we will learn the abbreviations of the unit of measurements used in baking. Here is a table of abbreviations of the unit of measurements used in baking. On the first column is the unit of measurement, and on the second column is the abbreviation. Tablespoon. Abbreviation, capital T or small letters TBSP. Teaspoon. Abbreviation, TSP. Cup. Abbreviation, capital C. Dozen. Abbreviation, small letters DOZ. Ounce. Abbreviation, small letters OZ. Pint. Abbreviation, small letters PT. Quart. Abbreviation, small letters QT. Gallon. Abbreviation, small letters GAL. Pound. Abbreviation, small letters LB. Kilogram. Abbreviation, small letters KG. Gram. Abbreviation, small letter G. Liter. Abbreviation, capital L. Milliliter. Abbreviation, ml. Here is another table of the equivalent of measurements that you will be needing in baking. 1 tablespoon is equal to 3 teaspoons. 2 tablespoons is equal to 1/8 cup. 4 tablespoons is equal to 1/4 cup. 5 1/3 tablespoons is equal to 1/3 cup. 3/4 cup plus 2 tablespoons is equal to 7/8 cup. 16 tablespoons is equal to 1 cup. 2 cups is equal to 1 pint. 4 cups is equal to 1 quart. 16 ounces is equal to 1 pound. Common unit of weight conversion. 1 pound is equal to 463.59 grams. 1 ounce is equal to 28.35 grams. 1 kilogram is equal to 2.21 pounds. 1 gram is equal to 0.035 ounces. Did you get it? Great! This time, please get your activity sheet in PLE Bread and Pastry Exploratory Course and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and #Shine TANGKUB Stars.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Ate! Paki-check naman tong project naman sa Filipino.
Ano ba to? Matignan nga?
Paki-check please kung tama ba yung pagkakabi ko sa kwento tsaka yung pagbuo ng palabas.
Teka, pasabta ko? Bakit ganito ang pamagat ng maikling kwento mo?
Kasi ate, basahin mo muna.
Okay.
Happy anniversary, love.
Thank you, love.
Alam na alam mo talaga ang gusto ko, love. 1 year na tayo. Baka pwede mo na akong ipakilala sa parents mo or sa family mo.
Kilala mo naman mga magulang ko. Alam mo naman na ako lang inaasahan ni tatay at makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Maigpit na ipinagbabawal ni tatay na pumasok sa isang relasyon.
Saan akong buhaton, asa forever nga imong giingon. Naapa ba ko'y mapaabot o wala na ko'y labot. Pasabta ko. Pasabta ko.
Tingnan mo ate, oh.
Nasaan ang laman ito?
Pagising ko kanina, tiningnan ko ito agad. Kasi gusto ko talagang magkaroon ito. Pero, wala nang gumagalaw. Na-search ko sa YouTube, ate, na ang ganitong klase ng isda ay hindi dapat pagsamasamahin sa iisang lalagyan. Lalo na sa maliit na aquarium. Sigurado ako, ate, na hindi yan nakadya sa bago nitong tirahan. O baka contaminated yung tubig na nilagay natin. Sayang talaga, ate.
Ganun ba, Cheska?
Bigay pa naman sana yan ni Kuya James, di ba, ate?
Oo nga.
Naparito ka, Presi. Anong atin? May problema ba? Di halos maipinta yung mukha mo ah.
Ay naku Brad, may kunting problema. Narito ako upang maghanap ng kaparehong isda na iniregalo sa akin. Pwede bang matingnan mga alaga mo Brad? Bibili ako.
Ay, sus, yun lang pala. Akala ko mayroong seryosong problema ka. Halika, mamili tayo. Koleksyon ko lahat ang mga ito. Pero dahil kaibigan kita, pagbibigyan kita. Alam mo Brad, pumunta ako kahapon sa courtyard. Akalain mo namang yung 20 piso ng isda, ngayon, 70 piso na. Ang bilis talaga magmahal.
Ito talagang COVID virus, napakaraming nasagasaang negosyo. Pati ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa, lubhang naaapektuhan. Maraming nawala ng trabaho. At marami ring negosyo ang napagsarhan, Brad. Ito talagang COVID virus, napakalaking pagbabago, Brad, ang naidudulot nito sa buhay ng mga tao.
Alam mo, Brad, nung wala pang pandemya, unti-unti nating nararamdaman ang pag-usbong at pagbago ng ating ekonomiya. Bumaba na ang presyo ng gasolina, bigas, at iba pang bilihin sa pamilihan.
Salamat, Brad, ah. Okay lang ba talaga sa'yo? Koleksyon mo to eh.
Okay lang talaga yan, Brad. Para sa'yo talaga yan.
Maraming salamat talaga, ilista mo na lang muna sa listahan ng mga utang na loob ko sa'yo.
Sus, ikaw pa, Brad.
Paano bang pag-aalaga nito, Brad, para tumagal?
Ano ba ang nilalagay mo ng isda, Brad?
Isang maliit na aquarium.
Ganun ba? Hindi talaga pwede yan. Mamamatay talaga ang klase ng isda na yan kung ilalagay mo sa maliit na aquarium. Dapat, kung aquarium ang lalagyan mo, katulad nito, kailangan mo talagang lagyan ng water pump o air pump at siguraduhin mo malinis ang tubig na gagamitin mo at kung maaari, iwasan na malagyan o mahaluan ng sabon o kaya't chlorine o kung ano pa para hindi makontaminate ang tubig.
Ganun ba Brad? Nabanggit din sa akin yan ng kapatid ko kanina. Siguro nga isa yan sa mga dahilan. Kasi kapag magtatakip silim na, ay nakaugalian ni mama na mag-spray ng anti-mosquito. Baka aksidente ring nahalo sa tubig, Brad, no? O siya, hindi na ako magtatagal ha. Maraming salamat talaga, Brad.
Tara Brad, ihahatid muna kita sa labas habang mag-aantay ka ng masasakyan mo.
Sige, Brad.
Tara Brad! Brad, di ba si James yun?
Saan akong buhaton asa forever nga imong giingon naa ba ko'y mapaabot o wala na ko'y lapot Pasabta ko
Hindi maipaliwanag ni Presi ang kanyang naramdaman sa mga panahong yun. Oo naman, nadala ako dun ah. Ang lungkot naman ng ending. Tingin mo talaga, bunso.
Thank you, ate. Pero, ano na, sabihin mo na sa akin yung sorry mo sa kwento.
Sige. Makinig ka ha. Tungkol dito sa kwento mo, maayos ang pagkakahabi in fairness. At yung pagbuo mo ng kwento, maayos din. May mga magaganda at exciting na ginampanan ang mga tauhan sa tagpuan. Pasok! May maayos na pagkasunod-sunod at syempre, hindi maligoy, di ba?
Yes, ate.
Nako, at ang estilo ng pagkakasulat, nako! Pang-Famas Award!
Nice!
Galing!
Salamat, ate.
No problem!
Kayo naman ni Charisse.
Okay. Tuloy ko muna tong concert ko.
Go, ate!
Ate, if I tell you that I have a problem, would you help me?
Siyempre naman! If you had told me that you needed help, hay nako, I would have come to rescue you always.
Salamat, ate. You're the best. If I were to start a new lifetime, I would still choose you as my ate.
Ang sweet-sweet mo naman.
Ito ate oh. Paano ba ito i-transform into quadratic equation?
Yan lang pala. Madali lang yan. Madaling sagutin yan.
Wow, salamat ate ha. Ang galing mo talaga.
Wala naman yun, ikaw pa.
O siya ate, balik ka na sa concert mo.
Okay, napuputol ang gugulo nyo.
Setting conditions or terms of agreement served as the backbone of having a harmonious relationship. It is one way of establishing consensus or in meeting halfway between and among people.
Hello, grade 9 learners. Welcome to TANGKUB. We hope that you are in good condition today as we will be exploring another significant lesson in English. Condition your mind and body because today you will learn how to use conditionals in expressing your arguments.
That's right. But before going further, let us define the following terminologies. Conditional, a sentence, clause, or word expressing condition. Condition, An agreement or contract on something that one must agree to happen. Argument. A discussion in which people express different opinions about a particular issue. Conditional statement refers to if and then statement with two parts, the condition and its consequence or the result. Can be a statement, a question, or a command. Consequence describes the result or the possible outcome of the condition.
This time, let us view a particular scene of the episode. Prepare a paper and a pen and take note of the conditional statements or the if-then statements spoken by the characters. Are you ready? Let us watch this.
Ate, if I tell you that I have a problem, would you help me?
Siyempre naman! If you had told me that you needed help, hay nako, I would have come to rescue you always.
Salamat, ate. You're the best. If I were to start a new lifetime, I would still choose you as my ate.
Ang sweet-sweet mo naman.
Now, did you recognize the conditional statements used by the characters in their conversation? Well, if you included the following sentences in your list, congratulations! You did great!
These are the conditional statements. If I tell you that I have a problem, will you help me? If you had told me you needed help, then I would have come to the rescue always. If I were to start a new lifetime, I would still choose you as my ate. For sure, you have identified the statements easily because of the if and then words which served as your clues. Let us discuss first the interrogative sentence or the sentence in question form. If I tell you that I have a problem, will you help me?
As what we had mentioned a while ago, a conditional statement has two parts, the condition and the result. The condition is also called the if clause and the result as the main clause.
Now, can you identify them? We hope you can, but if not, let us help you. The condition given by the speaker to someone in the sentence is called the if clause. For instance, if I tell you that I have a problem, and the result is expressed in the main clause written after the comma, will you help me?
Let us now proceed with our second statement. When Charlie asked his sister Cherry to help him, what was her answer? If you had told me you needed help, then I would have come to the rescue always.
The condition given in the sentence is shown in the if clause. If you had told me you needed help. And if that given condition is achieved, the result is expressed in the main clause. Then I would have come to the rescue always, which is written after the comma.
The last conditional statement came from Charlie as a sign of gratitude for the kindness of his sister. Here's the statement. If I were to start a new lifetime, I would still choose you as my ate.
I'm sure that this time you had already identified the condition and the result in the sentence. The condition is shown in the if clause. If I were to start a new lifetime. And the result is, I would still choose you as my ate.
After identifying the conditional statement, let us now discuss its structure and types.
Simply put, conditionals are structures that express a statement and its possible outcome. This means that under a particular condition, something happens, present or future, or might have happened, past. Now let us discuss the conditional structures. Conditionals are composed of a conditional clause or if clause and the main clause. A clause is a group of words that contain a subject and a verb. Let us familiarize the clauses more. The conditional clause or if clause contains the condition or agreement. It is called subordinate clause because it is dependent on the main clause to complete its meaning. When the conditional clause goes first in the sentence, it needs a comma. The main clause. The main clause is an independent clause which contains the result or outcome. Let us have the following examples. The if clause, where the condition is stated, is if my schedule gets hectic. On the other end, the main clause with the outcome is I will not attend the party. So the sentence is if my schedule gets hectic, I will not attend the party. Since the condition comes first, a comma is found after the subordinate clause or the if clause or before the main clause. However, when the main clause or outcome comes first, the comma is omitted, just like in the given example. The main clause or outcome which comes first is I won't make it on time for the meeting. The if clause or condition is if my plane gets delayed. So the complete sentence is I won't make it on time for the meeting if my plane gets delayed. Notice that in the given sentence, the comma is omitted. Conditions vary according to whether they refer the present, past, or future time, as well as real or imaginary situations. Moreover, some conditional sentences express facts or possibilities, whereas others describe events which are unlikely or impossible to happen. Using the right structure for each type is important because they convey different meanings. So, choosing a verb tense over the other can make a huge difference. Let us go through the different cases or types one by one. The first one is the zero or real conditionals. The zero conditional or real conditional is common with facts, general truths, or conditions that are always true. That's why it's mainly found in scientific statements. Unlike the other types, we find the same tense for both clauses. First example, when you heat ice, it melts. Observe the verb heat in the conditional clause, if you heat ice, and the verb melts in the main clause, it melts, which are both in the present tense. But take note that clauses do not need to be in the present simple exclusively for them to fall in this classification. Let us have another example. If they got enough water, plants live. The verb got in the if clause, if they got enough water, and lived in the main clause, plants lived, are both in the past tense. When we are not talking about unreal situations, we use the same tense. It always follows that present tense talks about the present, past tense talked about the past, and future tense tell about the future.
The second type is the first conditional. The first conditional expresses a future and possible predictions or plans. Assuming that the condition is fulfilled, the outcome is likely to happen. The formula is if plus present simple tense of the verb, comma, will or be going to plus base form of the verb. For instance, if plus am, comma, will plus give. The sentence would be, if I am free before 7 p.m., I will give you a call. But other variants are also possible. If plus present simple tense of the verb, comma, modal verb, it could be might, can, or could, plus base form of the verb. For instance, if plus is, comma, can plus drop. So the sentence is, if it is not too late, I can drop by your place later. In this example, the modal verb can change the meaning of the sentence. What we might understand from the context is that the speaker is suggesting a plan and the modal verb is adding a tentative meaning. The third type of conditional is the second conditional. It refers to a hypothetical or not real present situation that is unlikely to be true or impossible to happen. The following examples might explain it better. The formula is if plus past simple form of the verb, comma, would plus base form of the verb. Example, if plus went, comma, would plus gain. So it goes this way. If you went to bed earlier, you would gain more energy in the morning. The first example illustrates the hypothetical present or situation that is impossible to happen. Another example, if plus where, comma, would plus decline. The sentence is, if I were you, I would decline the job offer. It shows an impossible situation due to the fact that I am not you, or the pronoun I refers to the speaker other than the doer. But remember that it is possible to come across conditionals where the hypothesis refers to the future. Example, if I were to travel, it would be to Iceland. So, what do you think is the most important thing to remember here? Despite its structure, it does not refer to the past. We use the past here to distance our language from reality. The fourth type of conditional is the third conditional. It talks about situations in the past that didn't happen or didn't go as expected that would result also in the past. The formula is if plus past perfect tense of the verb, comma, plus modal like would, could, or might, plus have, plus past participle form of the verb. For example, if plus had chosen, comma, would plus have plus saved. Sample sentence is, if I had chosen to do some extra shifts, I would have saved enough money for the holidays. Another example, if plus had known, would plus have plus kept. The sentence is, if I had known how you were going to react negatively, I would have kept my mouth shut. In this case, the actions were already missed and cannot be changed.
Now that you have learned conditional statements in expressing your arguments, you are now more conditioned in sharing your perspectives.
This time, grade 9 learners, kindly get your activity sheet in using conditional statements and perform the given tasks.
Directions. Use conditional statements to express your argument on distance learning or homeschooling through constructing one paragraph containing 4 to 5 sentences. One sentence for each type of conditional: the zero conditional, the first conditional, the second conditional, and the third conditional. Criteria: content 10 points, arguments on distance learning or homeschooling were established. Conditional statements 10 points. The rules in writing conditional statements were followed. A total of 20 points all in all.
Remember, learners, that conditionals are fundamental elements in our day-to-day communication. Learning different sentence construction will make your writing skill comprehensive and your speaking skills more natural. Hence, conditional statements allow you to express regrets, tentative ideas, imaginary situations, or even reflect your own actions or choices.
Just like the message of the recent Miss Universe pageant, you are conditioned for greater, to be the finest and best version that you can be, and achieve a purpose greater than yourself. Continue to love, care, and share. Till then, and see you for another episode of
Ang Tangkub!
This has been Teacher Mahalia
And Teacher Pinky saying,
Have fun learning!
Bye!
Professionalism is a trait that is highly valued in the workplace. This includes specialized skills, good judgment, polite behavior, honesty, and integrity. As housekeepers, how one carries oneself and how one performs the job make a statement about the hotel's standard. Going above and beyond a guest expectations while staying within professional boundaries ensures guest continued patronage. Hello, grade 9 learners. I am Teacher James and welcome to another episode of Ang TANGKUB TV-based instruction. At this point, we will now process your learning in TLE Housekeeping 9 based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Ate, if I tell you that I have a problem, would you help me?
Siyempre naman! If you had told me that you needed help, hay nako, I would have come to rescue you always.
Salamat ate, you're the best. If I were to start a new lifetime, I would still choose you as my ate.
Sweet-sweet mo naman.
Ito ate oh, paano ba ito i-transform into quadratic equation?
Yan lang pala. Madali lang yan. Madaling sagutin yan.
Wow, salamat ate ha. Ang galing mo talaga.
Wala naman yun, ikaw pa.
O siya ate, balik ka na sa concert mo.
Okay, napuputol ang gugulo nyo.
Based on the scene, Cherry is listening to Charlie's sentiments about helping her when she's in need, right? Do you know that ability to listen is one of the interpersonal skills you need to learn to become a good housekeeper? Well, now you know. And today, we will learn more about the different interpersonal and intrapersonal skills of a good housekeeper. Interpersonal or people skills are the life skills we use in communicating and interacting with other people. On the other hand, intrapersonal or personal skills are the abilities and talents that exist within the individual, which aids him or her in problem solving. According to Stephen Fior, a professor at the University of Central Florida, these two skills have long been recognized as important factors to be successful in school and in the workplace. There are different interpersonal and intrapersonal skills one needs to master to be able to stand with the demand of the job in the housekeeping. Interpersonal skills include ability to manage conflict. It is being able to manage and handle differences in opinions and always seeking win-win solutions. Ability to solve problems. This is the ability to choose the best course of action in situations while considering the needs and perspective of others. Ability to communicate clearly. It is being able to speak clarity and directness and at the same time being sensitive to the need of the receiver. Ability to listen. It is being able to do things you say you will do. Being accountable for your actions. It is being able to face the consequence of your action and not blaming others. Showing appreciation. Being able to show people that you value them and their contribution. Flexibility. Ability to open to new and different way of doing things. Intrapersonal skills include adaptability, the ability to cope with change. Self-awareness, being aware of your own values, needs, and emotions and their impact to your behavior. Self-management or self-development, the ability to work autonomously and to motivate and monitor oneself. It also includes the ability to acquire new information and skills related to work. Relationship management, the ability to build relationship based on mutual trust and respect. Social awareness, being in tune with others' feelings and needs. Those are the skills that you need to learn in order to become a good housekeeper. This time, please get your activity sheet in TLE Housekeeping 9 and answer the following questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Ayan, malapit na akong matapos. Maipapaliwanag ko na kay Loli kung ano ang kailangan niyang gawin para magawa niya ng maayos ang drill nila para sa paaralan.
Ate, ang ganda naman yan. Masyado mo namang ginalingan ang paggawa ng bulkan. Baka hindi naman niniwala ang guro ko at mga kaklase na ako ang gumawa niyan.
Okay lang yan, Loli. Ang mahalaga ay maisagawa mo ng maayos ang paggawa ng bulkan. Halika na, gagawin na natin. Una, gagawa tayo ng isang solution. 1/4 cup ng tubig. 1/4 cup ng suka. Ilang patak ng dishwashing liquid. At ilang patak ng pulang food coloring. Pagkatapos, ay ilagay na natin ang boteng ito sa gitna ng bulkan. Tapos, kumuha tayo ng isang maliit na square ng toilet paper sa gitna nito.
irolyo natin ito at ikutin ang dulo para masigurado ang laman ng baking soda. At paghandaan ka na sa iyong presentasyon sa klase,
ilaglag mo na ang baking soda at viola. Sasabog na ang bulkan.
Ay, madali lang pala ate. Sigurado akong perfect ang score na ibibigay ni Miss Esmeralda sa akin.
Mana ka talaga sa kuya mo. Mataas ang kumpiyansa sa sarili.
Matanong ko lang ate. Pag may volcanic eruption ba, may lindol din po ba?
Ay nako, Loli. Expected yan. Alam mo naman siguro kung ano yung gagawin pag may lindol, di ba? Tandaan mo lang na kailangan mong magtago sa ilalim ng matibay na furniture o tumabi ka sa mga dingding sa loob ng bahay. Aasahang may aftershock, kaya lumabas at lumayo sa mga gusali. Maaring hindi agad dumating ang mga rescuer. Kaya sisikapin mo magligtas ng iba kung kaya mo.
Ang alam ko lang kasi ate, ang drop, cover, and hold. The best ka talaga ate sa general info at current events. Uwalis na ako ate at may pasok pa ako.
Sige Loli, mag-ingat ka. Bye!
Magandang umaga sa lahat.
Good morning,
Ngayong araw na ito ay magkakaroon tayo ng isang talakayan at tungkol sa isyong pandaigdig. Kaya naman, pumunta kayo sa inyong grupo at bawat grupo ay may isang representative para bubunot sa inyong paksang tatalakayin.
Okay guys, ang nabunot nating paksa ay tungkol sa pandemya. So, para mas maganda ang ating output na ibabahagi sa klase, ay iminumungkahi ko na lahat ay magbigay ng sariling pananaw. At bilang isang team leader nyo, ay tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa para makapagbigay ng mga ideya. Sisimulan natin yan kay Odette.
Ang idea ko ay gawin nating malikain ang ating report. Pwede tayong gumawa ng maikling talk show. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa mga detalye, nais kong ibahagi muna ang aking nalalaman. Hindi na bago ang pandemya. Kagaya ng COVID-19, ang misteryosong sakit na ito ay nagmula sa Wuhan, China, na kumitil na ng 1.6 million katao sa buong mundo.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman, Odette. Ikaw, Franco, may dadagdag ka ba?
Actually, nangangamba ako dahil baka parang kabuting nagsusulputan ang mga piking gamot at food supplement para sa COVID-19.
Don't worry about it, Franco. Actually, there are national and international government agencies and private organizations that implement programs for consumers' protection, just like FDA, BFAD, WHO, and DOH, and the likes.
Napakaganda talaga ng ating talakayan. Pero, si Carmela na lang ata ang hindi pa nakapagsasalita. May gusto ka pang idagdag?
Ang akin lang naman ay gumawa tayo ng table para masigurado na magagawa talaga natin ang task on time. At gusto kong mag-comment sa naibahagi ni Franco. Talagang dapat gamitin ng tao ang likas na batas moral para magkaroon siya ng tamang pagpapasya at pagkilos. Biruin nyo, paano masisikmura ng ibang tao na mandaya sa gitna pa ng pandemya?
Hindi talaga lahat ng tao ay nakikinig sa kabutihang nasa kanilang puso. Bagkus ay dinidiktahan pa ito. O siya, may meeting tayo pagkatapos ng klase natin ngayong hapon ha. Doon na tayo sa bahay. Okay lang ba sa inyo mga ka-groupmates?
Okay, yes. See you later. 5 minuto na lang pala ang natitira. Let's call it a day. See you sa susunod na tagpo. Siguraduhin ninyo na pagbubutihan ninyo ang inyong presentasyon. Napaalam na sa lahat.
Bye-bye!
Napansin mo ba ang sequence ng paglabas, Lolita?
Oo naman, Lelia.
Best in math ka nung high school, di ba? So, ano ang 10th term given that sequence?
512. I'm pretty sure.
Nax! Seryosong edukasyon, isusulog. Lolita Sunshin. Magna cum laude.
Siyempre, that's our friendship goal for the future.
For the future!
Before the universe was made up of atoms, a story was created first. And stories make the world go round.
Good day, grade 10 learners. Are you now ready to learn another meaningful lesson in English? Let's get started.
Any stories, regardless of length, is composed of elements. And there are dozens or even tons of elements to a well-crafted work of fiction. Undeniably, however, the plot, setting, and characterization deserve a much greater deal of attention.
Today, it's about time for you to learn how to appraise the unity of plot, characterization, and setting in a material viewed to achieve the writer's purpose.
Before we begin, let us have first a quick overview of these elements we will be analyzing in depth. Let's start off with the characters.
The characters are the beings, the actors of the story. They can be human, animal, mechanical, or any combination thereof. It is easy to spot the character since it answers the question, who?
On the other hand, characterization in the world of literature is a process authors use not just to develop characters, but also to create images of characters for the audience or the readers.
The next element is setting. The setting is the place of the story. The setting answers both where and when.
The last element of the story we will recall is the plot. Plot is the whole of events of the story. It answers the question, what happened? Now, are you ready to move further? Let us watch this portion of the episode Friendship Goals.
Ay, madali lang pala ate. Sigurado akong perfect ang score na ibibigay ni Miss Esmeralda sa akin.
Mana ka talaga sa kuya mo. Mataas ang kumpiyansa sa sarili.
Matanong ko lang ate. Pag may volcanic eruption ba, may lindol din po ba?
Ay nako, Loli. Expected yan. Alam mo naman siguro kung ano yung gagawin pag may lindol, di ba? Tandaan mo lang na kailangan mong magtago sa ilalim ng matibay na furniture o tumabi ka sa mga dingding sa loob ng bahay. Aasahang may aftershock, kaya lumabas at lumayo sa mga gusali. Maaring hindi agad dumating ang mga rescuer. Kaya sisikapin mo magligtas ng iba kung kaya mo.
Ang alam ko lang kasi ate, ang drop, cover, and hold. The best ka talaga ate sa general info at current events. Uwalis na ako ate at may pasok pa ako.
Sige Loli, mag-ingat ka. Bye!
This time, let us look into the different elements of the story, specifically the setting. Can you tell from the scene when and where the story took place?
Perfect! It was obviously set in the house where the sisters Laila and Lolita live. Notice that Lolita was actually holding and eating cereals, which signaled the time of the story. Cereals are actually eaten during breakfast. So, the story was set in the morning before Lolita went to school.
Now, the characters are Laila and Lolita. Lolita was portrayed as a self-assured and confident lady depicted in her line, "Ay, madali lang pala ate. Sigurado akong perfect ang ibibigay ni Miss Esmeralda sa akin ito." This idea could be supported by her sister's reply who said, "Mana ka talaga sa kuya mong mataas ang kumpiyansa sa sarili."
There are actually 5 methods of characterization. To help you remember the method, the acronym PAIRS should come in handy, which stands for P, which stands for physical description. This pertains to the description of the character's physical appearance. Is the character tall, thin, fat, or pretty? A, action or attitude. What the character does. How the character behaves. Is the character a good person or a bad person? Helpful or selfish? I, inner thoughts. What the character thinks, helping us understand the character's actions. R, reactions. Effect on others or what the other characters say and feel about the character. How the character make other characters feel. Do they feel scared, happy, or confused? S, speech. What the characters says provides a great deal of insight for the reader. The character might speak in a shy, quiet manner or in a nervous manner.
Now, looking at the totality of the story, friendship goals, let us accomplish this spray tags plot diagram. Although the play is in Filipino, let us identify the significant plot in English. Parts of a plot. Let's start with the exposition. Laila helped her younger sister, Lolita, make a simulation of a volcanic eruption for her class. Inciting incident. Lolita was hesitant because her ate Laila made the volcano beyond what she expected. Rising action. Laila assured Lolita that she can deliver a good presentation once they made the simulation at home. Climax. Lolita and her best friend Lilia became the group leaders during the roundtable discussion in the class of Miss Masha, who is known as the strict professor. Falling action. The roundtable discussion went well and the teams were able to come up with good ideas for their presentation. And the last one is the resolution. Best of friends Lilia and Lolita were determined to graduate as magna cum laude, their friendship goal.
If you won't be using the Freytag's plot diagram or in some other references, the plot diagram is devoid of an inciting incident. Now, to further equip you with the necessary knowledge for your task later on, let us recall the 3 basic author's purpose, familiarized through the acronym PI. Yes, these are persuade, inform, and entertain.
So, in the given material viewed, friendship goals, what do you think is the purpose of the author? Any material is not limited to just one author's purpose. Sometimes, it's the combination of 3. But since the episode is highly presenting facts, it is informative. Moreover, since it implies the value of doing great in school and achieving the Latin award magna cum laude, which was the goal of the best friends Lilia and Lolita, it is also persuasive.
It is somewhat suggestive that education is something that must not be taken for granted. All throughout the episode, this has been amplified. Through the effective use of two settings, home and school, carrying the same message of excelling at academics, and which was also clearly magnified by how the characters were portrayed.
Now learners, it's now your turn to show us what you understood from this lesson through answering your activity sheet. Let us read the directions.
Directions. View the picture below and read the story The Carpenter and the Painter attached in the self-learning material. Draw the plot curve and complete the elements of the plot of the story. Activity number 2. Directions. Make an analysis of the story The Carpenter and the Painter, focusing on its plot, setting, and characterization, and how the author carefully crafted these elements to achieve his or her purpose. Be guided with a given rubric. Content, 30%. Organization, 25%. Mechanics, 25%. Originality, 20%. A total of 100%. Remember that unity is important to make your point clear and known to the world. Also, stories are crafted for a purpose.
Meanwhile, continue to love, care, and share.
This has been Teacher Mahalia
and Teacher Pinky in your instructional TV program, Ang Tangkub.
Stay tuned for TLE subject is coming next.
Bye!
One man may be the difference between victory and defeat. A quote from the Disney movie Mulan. Hello, grade 10 learners. I am Teacher James and welcome to another episode of Ang Tangkub TV-based instruction. This time, we will now process your learning in TLE Cookery 10 based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Ate, ang ganda naman yan. Masyado mo namang ginalingan ang paggawa ng bulkan. Baka hindi naman niniwala ang guro ko at mga kaklase na ako ang gumawa niyan.
What do you think is in Lolita's mug? You're right. It is cereal. Do you know what is cereal? Correct. Cereal is any grain that is used for food, such as corn, wheat, rice, sorghum, and oats. It provides the body with carbohydrates, protein, fats, vitamins, minerals, water, and cellulose. Do you want to know more about cereals? Great! Then today, we will discover everything you need to know about cereals and starch dishes. Cereal is one of the sources of starch. When we say starch, it is added to processed meats such as luncheon meat, hot dogs, and sausages as filler, binder, moisture retainer, and fat substitute. The quality of starch itself depends upon which role or function it was used. Sources of starch: cereal grains, legumes, and roots or tubers. Common source of manufactured food starch: corn, potato, and tapioca. Starches are named after its plant sources, such as cornstarch from corn, rice starch from rice, tapioca from cassava. Classifications of starch: native or natural starch, modified starch, and purified starch. Native or natural starch refers to the starches as originally derived from its plant source. Modified starches are starches that have been altered physically or chemically to modify one or more of its key chemicals and or physical property. While purified starch may be separated from grains and tubers by a process called wet milling. This procedure employs various techniques of grinding, screening, and centrifuging to separate the starch from fiber, oil, and protein. The starch molecule. Starch is a polysaccharide made up of hundreds or even thousands of glucose molecules. The molecules of starch are two general types. They are called fractions, namely amylose and amylopectin. Amylose is a long chain-like molecule, sometimes called the linear fraction, and is produced by linking together 500 to 2,000 glucose molecules. The amylase fraction of starch contributes to the gelling characteristic to cooked and cooled starch mixtures. A gel is rigid to a certain degree and holds a shape when molded. Amylopectin has a highly branched, bushy type of structure, very different from the structure from the long string-like molecules of amylase. Cohesion or thickening properties are contributed by amylopectin when a starch mixture is cooked in the presence of water, but this fraction does not produce gel. Functional properties of starches: thickeners in gravies, sauces, and pudding. Colloidal stabilizer, moisture retainer, gel-forming agents, binders, package, flavor carriers. Flavor carriers because of its ability to trap oils and fats which absorb flavoring substances more efficiently. This time, please get your activity sheet in Cookery 10 and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
pangako tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pusarang, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Why you look so sad? The tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through. 'Cause I've seen the dark side too. When the night falls on you, you don't know what to do. Nothing you confess can make me love you less. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. So if you're mad, get mad. Don't hold it all inside. Come on and talk to me now. Hey, what you got to hide? I get angry too. Well, I'm a lot like you. When you're standing at the crossroads and don't know which path to choose, let me come along. 'Cause even if you're wrong, I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. And when the night falls on you, baby, you're feeling all alone. You won't be on your own. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by
tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw na sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
We hope that you have learned the most essential lessons you need to master. See you on our next episodes. This has been Ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tutok na.
Kung gusto mong maglingaw-lingaw, mga tawag magloling hayaw, mag-joyride na. Uba na ang imong barkada, silingan o pamilya, mag-joyride na. Sination tang palibot, mga lugar sulod sa tanggob, mag-ubanta. Silang gato makilaw, sa sanabog sa pulaw, laagunta. Labi na yun sa huyuhoy, ugnang dapit daghanong kahoy, talana. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Magkikiusap, magkikigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Kung gusto ka og entertainment, for fun and for enjoyment, no problem ka. Sinanduloy among pambato, kung usayo smart kaayo, believe you ka. Panahon sad sa Disyembre, super gid ka aligre, malingaw gid ka. Fireworks display daghang ganahan, musidlak sa kalangitan, mapawagid ka. Christmas symbols, capital of the Philippines. Ninira na ninyo maglibot tanggap kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Makita friends, di ba? Hapit sa tanggong, maglibot tanggong kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maglibot tanggong, maglibot tanggong kita. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better.
TV, mag-aral ng maigi to get the lessons easily. It's tangkub, tangkub, tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fine, masaya. Tutok na. It's tangkub, tangkub, tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fine, masaya. Let's come and learn together, supporting one another. We love, we care.